Welcome back, Patriots, to the last day of the RNC. We said we would come together as a community of patriots and fellow Americans, even for those that are abroad, and watch Donald Trump's speech. He is most likely going to be the one to end off the RNC. Rumors are it's about an hour-long speech. I don't know if that's true. That's a long-ass speech if that is true. So make sure you got your coffee and your drinks with you, folks. We're in it for the long haul. There'll be a lot of good speeches tonight. These are basically the breakout characters of the Trump administration. And so we'll be hanging out together here. It's good to see all of you. I see Dapple, Sharon, Kelly. I see Jeff in the house. The Devin. See all of you over there at Rumble. We got Karina, Patriotic Troll. We got Donuts over there. Actually, donuts sound really good right now. I was craving a little bit of Dunkin' earlier. So couldn't be more than happy. So we are tuning into PBS. I should probably be able to bring up my camera. There we go. But there's a lot of other places that we'll be getting our news from. But when these speeches go live, will predominantly be through PBS just because it's a public broadcasting network and it's taxpayer funded, which means it's free to use. But we'll definitely be jumping over to Fox News. Heck, maybe even the Daily Wire. Folks, you guys are at a good place to watch this bad boy. Let me tell you, I'm going to take care of you. Rita says Trump/Vance, America stronger. Damn right, Rita. You're damn right. Remember, polls are close, though, folks. I must say, polls are close. Stephanie, hey, what's up, girl? Oh, I love hanging out with you guys. So let's pull up a few news sites here. And I took a freaking huge nap today. It felt great. So here's Fox. All right, so we got Fox queued. So make sure we're taking care of y'all here and got all these outlets ready to go. Karina says, hey, y'all. Good to see you. If you guys haven't already, please smash that thumbs up button. It really does help even early on. And toss us a comment in the comment section. Let's all throw in a Trump/Vance 2024 in the comment section. That way you know what to write. And really what that's for is, I know it sounds crazy, but for some reason the live chat, YouTube doesn't look at that as people interacting. As to why, I don't know. So they say, hey, you got to throw it in the comment section. That shows interaction along with hitting that thumbs up button. That really does a service for us over here. Something a little easier. You know what? We'll actually tune into the Republican National Convention broadcast. That's what we'll do. Screw PBS. I try not to support left-wing outlets. So if I can get around that, that's what I do. So again, once they go live, then we're good. So we'll tune into their broadcast. And a bunch of other people broadcast it too, but I don't really see too many influencers. If you want to call me that, I don't think I'm an influencer, but I don't see too many of them actually on camera while the speech is going. So you'll see me off camera, on camera. Sometimes I want to step out. It gets a little hot in this room. And other times, I need to fill up my my Mio. It's literally just flavored water with fake Starbucks. Well, I mean, the cup is real Starbucks, but, well, you know what I mean. It was a gift. I don't want people going, oh, Brad, you're so bougie, man. You must be killing it. You can afford Starbucks. No. Nope. I use gift cards. Trump, who dat? Trump is the best. Trump. You guys are copy and pasting the Trump Vance 2024 in the live chat. You got to do it in the comment section. I love you guys. Oh, man. RNC has a stream. Yeah, I'm over there now. Thank you. Yep. So we got it queued up. Thanks, Jim. Kingdom Man, what's up, buddy? From Tennessee. I thought about moving to Tennessee, my friend. That is a grand old place. What's it like living in free America, Kingdom? What's it like? 'Cause I live in Southern California, not too free. California is a commie state, my friend. I'm holding it down on the front lines here for you, folks. I'm in the trenches. So glad to be here. You do great job. Hey, thanks, Devin. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Devin Gray. Thank you. I appreciate you guys, really. And I'm not just saying that. Hey, what's up, Stacy? What's up, girl? Salute to you, my friend. Salute to you. Yes, good evening. I am amped up. I am ready to go for tonight, folks. I made sure to take a sleepy eepy. I took a nice nap. I shouldn't say nice. It was a nap. But anywho. So again, we're just waiting for the RNC to start. Let's see what's going on with the news today. I haven't, because I've been kind of away, I've been watching a little bit of TV and everything else. Let's see what the heck is going on. I mean, the big news that we talked about this morning, right, is Joe Biden's probably out. I mean, it is, from what I'm hearing, again, you know, you get different sources here and there. We got Jackie Heinrich, you got Philip Wegman, you got Peter Doocy, you got all these people, you got senators and stuff like that. Dude, I am hearing this guy's done. That's what I'm hearing. And they're just waiting to release it. Brad, no comment section, only chat live. Really? Is there? Let me look at this. Really? Thank you for letting me. That's, you know what? Wow, is there really? That kind of F's us a little bit. Hold on a second. That's news to me. So what you guys, I mean, you guys have heard this when I say, oh, I'm using Rumble as my hub. I wonder if, let me see. Hold on. Let's see here. It says chat live. Weird. Anyone can chat. You know, God, I need to start wearing my glasses. I'm supposed to wear glasses, and like, you guys are kind of far, and I don't know what it is. Like, they need to make their font bigger. I'm like, I look like Biden. Who are you? So that's why I'm like this. Like, what's going on? That's why sometimes when you guys see me reading articles, I'm like, what the? Not to mention the light shining in my eyes. I'm like, what does that say? All right, anywho. You guys are like, this guy's a weirdo. He's off his rocker. I'm trying to see if the comment section's enabled, but I don't even know if that's the thing. Comment section is on. Yeah, choose. Well, I mean, yeah, it says it's on. If not, and I trust you guys. You guys know what's going on. You guys know better than me. I think it's gonna be a late night. Yeah, Devin, it's gonna be a late night, lad. You know, you want to feel free to come and go as you please. We're hanging out here as a community of patriots and conservatives and Republicans, just people that love this damn country. And again, we're just kind of hanging out here. I believe the RNC officially kicks off in about 8 minutes, and I think they're gonna be pretty sharp on time. They've been pretty great as far as keeping things going. So that's one thing I gotta give them. Smokies and breathtaking. It has its moments, but absolutely beautiful state. Wonder. Oh, okay. Talking about Tennessee. Yeah, you know, I've been through there. Stopped at like Graceland and stuff like that. I actually drove across the United States many years ago, and then drove all the way back. Stopped through Tennessee. Beautiful. It's one of the places that I probably, when I decide to move out of California, I will probably stop by just to kind of see the sites and the areas. Probably stop in the Idaho, Texas, you know, scout the places out on where I'd want to move. A few of you sent me some of your local places via email. I did read those. I appreciate that, by the way. Magic Stick, what's up? Magic, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Is that just me? Not to call you out, but I'm just saying. Normally I recognize names. Like, I feel like I haven't seen you in the chat in a while. Maybe it's just me. JW, what's up, dude? Hi, guys. Thought I'd hop on and say... So, JW, what's the story here? Let's get a little bit of drama here. What was the story? So a couple days ago, everybody knows JWE comes in, and you know, a little toughy going back and forth. But then it seems like you're a Trump supporter or Republican, but that's not what your comment said. You said you wanted to come on the show and give your viewpoints and your opinion of supporting Biden. So break it down first in the comment section, my friend, comment section, the live chat. We'd love to hear from you. Dapple726, it may be YouTube. You know, YouTube was giving us issues the other day. I did not know this until after the stream. You guys weren't able to actually write in the live chat, and I feel like that happened a little bit again today. So I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Again, we are over at Rumble. I see Karina, Paul Wells. What's going on, Paul? Huntsville, Alabama. Love it. Chat works on Rumble. Yeah, see, yeah, Rumble. The sucky thing is I have to go back and forth. You know, there's on Rumble Studio, I could see, maybe I should just focus on Rumble Studio. It's just so freaking tiny. And I can't make it any bigger. Maybe if I do this. Oh my God, guys, I solved it. I could see it. So what's cool is on Rumble Studio, I could see where you guys are coming from. Hello from vacation. Michelle's on vacation. Congrats to you. Heck yeah. What's going on, Secret Agent 355? Maybe YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's giving us issues all the time. You know, funny enough, I was supposed to have a meeting with YouTube today about ads. Remember how I said if you guys want to support the show, like that helps me generate ads because clearly they're shadow banning us. I mean, it's clear as day. Again, just look at it right now. Let me show you guys. You guys can't see what I have on my screen. Let me show you. So here's the chat, right? It tells me how many people we have across all streams, and it will increase the longer that we're on. I have the same amount of people on Rumble as I do YouTube. Let that sink in. Just because I always tell you guys, right? I want to make sure I bring you the receipts here. Don't mind X because they can't. Elon Musk blocked that for all platforms, so I can't actually read it. So we have more than 70 people watching live right now. So anyways, folks, I have 700 followers on Rumble, which is amazing. Don't get me wrong. But YouTube, I have 62,000. And they say, no, it's not us, it's you, Brad. Oh, okay. That makes statistical sense. A guy that teaches statistics. I'm not saying I know everything about stats, but you know, I could probably smell BS here or there. Needless to say, we have to circumvent the system and put out ads. Well, you all weren't made aware of this either, that they're not letting me run ads at the moment. They blocked me. I've put in 3 applications. You have to have what's called this election policy. I mean, they're commies over there at YouTube, let me tell you. You have to have what's called an election policy waiver that anything you do political at all has to be approved by YouTube for every single ad that you run. And obviously, we're a political channel. We go over the news a lot. So to do that, I have to get approval, and they won't approve me. They've approved me in the past, but they won't approve me now, and they won't even respond to me. So check this out. I have a scheduled meeting today, earlier this morning, right after the show, with YouTube, like a face-to-face like we are right now. They dodged me. They actually set me up with a lady that's on vacation. I tell you, man, that platform, dude, screws with me so bad, and all of you. It's really wild stuff. I wish I could tell you guys everything that goes on behind the scenes that we deal with. It's really mind-blowing. That's why I love that you guys stick it out and support us here. It's really amazing stuff. So once we can run ads, we will. We've done ads on Twitter, which is super easy. Rumble, no ads over there. I feel like that's a waste of hard-earned money. But we have done we've done Amazon, and we've done Twitter, also known as X. I'm still trying to figure out X before I start dropping the big cash. BB in the house. What's up, Michael? Notice mine does the same 2 times. The signal is cutting in and out. We'll remember what Mark Wahlberg said about Tennessee in the film Shooter. Wow, that's an old film, Shooter. I haven't seen that in a while. Welcome to Tennessee, the Patriot State. Yep. Tennessee. Connie, I'm an ex-Cali girl. Where are you coming from, Cali? What part? But how do they ban a shadow weight loss? Nice job, Patriarch. You're always in here trolling. I love it, baby. You always get me going. Patriarch, sometimes I don't read your comments just because they make me laugh and it throws me off. Only when I'm doing a live show, because I'm trying to stay focused on all the different components and making sure I'm freaking coherent. But nothing against you, brother. It just means I love your stuff. God bless our country. Amen. I love that. I love that. So again, we are just kind of waiting. Looks like things are getting kicked off. People are going to their seats, which usually means things are going to happen here soon. They're actually 2 minutes early. So it's just some chatter again. They're supposed to kick off at 3:30. Kimberly, hey, Bald Brad, glad to see you. No, I'm glad to see you, Kimberly. Thanks for joining us for this live feed. All right, here's the tea from JW Reviews. Let's get to it. Well, after doing some research on what Trump has done as compared to what Biden had done for the USA, has brought me to the conclusion Biden has nothing been but a disaster in economics, food, and gas. Oh, well, okay. Trump, like you said, a lot better economic policies and lower gas. And by the way, I don't think anybody in here would say Trump is perfect, but I knew all the way back in 2016, just because my parents were really big into the show The Apprentice and following Trump. They had his book. What was it? The Deal or what it was. I forgot the name of it. I was, a younger guy. But anywho, I kind of knew who Trump was. Like, I knew his personality already. Like, if he's a billionaire, I already expect him to be a playboy. He's probably hooked up with a ton of chicks, like all these things. Like, so whatever people are saying about the guy, like, yeah, he's from New York. He's going to talk a different way than I do in California. Like, when I went to New York, it was a big culture shock for me to be there, especially Washington, D.C. People are different, a little rough around the edges, not as friendly. So those types of things, like, I just got, and look, Trump still isn't perfect. And tell you what, the other weekend, I'm sure he's a changed man too, but we're glad to have you on board, JW. We got another person voting for Trump. No free speech on YouTube. Yeah, you're telling me, man. For anybody, Karina, by the way, even our subscribers and all you guys. I mean, you guys get your comments deleted, I hear. The amount of emails I get from people saying they get subscribed, their comments aren't showing up. Sometimes they think it's me. It ain't me. It's basically every social media site. Either you have to change what you say or being removed. Yeah, I mean, you can't say words like, when people off themselves, you can't even say that word anymore. That's why a lot of people use the word deleted. So people are physically having to change the way that they talk and use basically, not sarcasm. What's the word? Oh my God, my brain's not working right now. Maybe I need to go get a cup of coffee real quick. Analogies. I can't even think of the word right now, but you know what I'm talking about. Look up Bird Flu Summit 2024. Vote early. Stay safe. Yeah, there is rumors that there's gonna be some sort of. I mean, they said that a while ago too, but yeah, there's gonna be some sort of thing going on. I just cannot bring myself to defend Biden's insane economic foreign policies. That will destroy our nation and lead us to World War III. And those policies, quite frankly, could still lead us to World War III. That's the kind of the sad thing is. Let's pretend Trump gets in office for a little bit here while we're waiting. Trump gets in office, but remember, those 10, 15 million, we don't know how many are here, illegal immigrants. Some of them are terrorists. Again, some of them are good people. Some of them are murderers. Some of them are violent gang members. Some of them are, sex traffickers, all those things. Like, it's just everybody. You easily could have a terrorist attack under Donald Trump. And then what are the Democrat Party going to do? Well, we told you so. Look what he's done. Look what he's doing. All these things. So what sucks is he's inheriting kind of all these problems. And he's going to have to spend another 4 years fixing problems that he was already trying to fix in the first place when he inherited from Obama. So it kind of sucks. And I've always been vocal. I know JWE, you're kind of new to the channel. I've always been vocal even for Republicans that I ain't going to vote for you if you suck. That's why I always think it's crazy here in California that people keep voting Democrat when there's crime, smash and grabs, nobody gets thrown in the brig. Like, you have all these homeless people clogging up the freaking intersections with their housing and stuff on the side of the streets. They're defecating in front of your kids. They're throwing hot diarrhea everywhere, like, real thing. But you sit there and you go over time on your parking meter, you get a ticket, you get your car towed. So it's just stuff like that where it's like, look, if Republicans are pulling those shenanigans, I just won't vote for them. Got no qualms. Just like today here at a Mexican restaurant, cost me, $50, man. God. We were, I went to Chick-fil-A yesterday and it was almost $30 and I got 2 meals. So it's $15 a meal. It's insane. Freaking chicken. That's why I don't go out as much anymore. What's up, Patriots? Are we ready for Mr. Trump's speech? Hell yeah, Jeff, we are. Good to see you, Jeff. Good to see you. On YouTube, you can't even say the word whack. Yeah, that's true. You can't say anything on YouTube. Yeah, there you go. Unalive. Yep. It's really changed. I mean, I get flagged almost every video. I have to deal with things. Some of the stuff, if you go back and rewatch it after our lives, there's segments that I have to trim out just because we won't have the video up. Buenos tardes. What's up, Nick? Nick, what'd you think about... Hold on. Can I get everybody's take on this? I need everybody's take on this because nobody responded. And Nick's one of my best friends, by the way. So give him crap in the live chat if you want, especially Patriotic Troll. If you want to give Nick crap, you can, please. So when Trump got shot, right? I proposed like what I think helped save his life. Yes, him turning the head, 100% agree with that. Everything everybody's coming out with, like what predominantly saved his life, I agree with. The one thing that nobody was talking about, and I need somebody in here that knows guns. Nick knows guns a lot. The shooter was roughly 400 feet, right? So I went on a ballistics website and I put in all the information that I knew of to be somewhat true. There was supposedly, allegedly, a 5-mile-an-hour crosswind. It could have been more. It could have been less. I put in the grams of the bullet. I put in the feet. I put in the height of the shooter as far as where he was elevated off the ground. I put in the temperature. I put in all that stuff. And it gave me that bullet would have deviated 1.55 inches to be specific. Now, it could be more. It could be less, depending on factors. Anybody that's in firearms, does that make any sense? Is that possible? Because the bullet's traveling obviously extremely fast, right? But I went through 2 different ballistics websites to run those calculations, and they both, based on a 5.56 round of 55 grain, gave me 1.5 inches deviation away from the crosshairs. So basically, like say we were dead on and Trump was right here, and the crosshair was here, just from the wind of 5 miles an hour said that it, based on the distance, would have deviated at 1.5 here, right? And then if he would have went like this, then it would have went past. So that's what I'm trying to get at. And I haven't seen a single video of anybody talk about potentially the crosswind. So somebody do the research with me, just don't have me. It should have been a very easy shot. Yeah. That's the weird thing of it. Extremely easy shot. But again, easy shot, but also unpredictable in the sense, right? Like you're expecting Trump to face the crowd. Now, all these people saying, oh, he doesn't ever go off script. He goes off script all the time. That's how I knew. And I screwed up. It still bugs me to this day, by the way. I was actually thinking about it before I went live because somebody left me a comment again of, oh, it's just bad luck that I brought up the chart that he was showing at the moment that he got shot, which whatever. Nothing I can do about it now. It's in the past. It does bug the hell out of me. But anyways, he does go off script, which is why I knew to bring up that chart. But I think the shooter wasn't expecting that. I watch a lot of Trump's rallies, so I knew that wasn't an uncommon thing. But everybody's like, oh, yeah, he doesn't ever go off script. Like, yes, he does. He does all the time. How much did I miss? Autumn, we've only been live for about 20 minutes. You didn't miss anything. We're just chatting right now. The RNC just kicked off 5 minutes ago. Everybody's kind of taking their seats, getting things going. I'll you guys hear. I just don't play the music because they flag me for copyright. Rumble doesn't do that. What's remarkable is no problems with Rumble. Don't get flagged. Don't get copyrighted. YouTube, the amount of loopholes, man. This platform drives me wild. But good to see you, Autumn. You didn't miss anything. It's not weird Crook's parents phoned the police cause their 20-year-old was missing for 2 hours. Yeah, the question is, Danny, was it, I heard it was upwards of 3 hours, by the way. Could be, everything's changing, right? The Secret Service is keeping their lips shut. By the way, in the Senate hearing, they were only allowed to ask 4 questions in the Senate hearing, which has never happened. There was a senator that's been a senator for 13 years. He says he's never been in a briefing like that in his entire life in terms of him being in the Senate. And of the 4 questions, 3 of them came from Democrats, and they actually got off the call. They hung up on them. So we'll see what happens. There was supposed to be a congressional hearing Monday. Whenever the congressional hearing is next week, we'll be there. Oh, we're streaming the whole damn thing because I want to get to the bottom line of this, similar to the Benghazi stuff with Trey Gowdy and Hillary Clinton. Trey Gowdy's our boy here. He's no longer in Congress. He dropped out, so I think he's with Fox News now. But anywho, we'll be live. It's supposed to be Monday. And I guess the Secret Service director, she's too busy, you guys. She's too busy to show up to a congressional hearing along with a lot of other people that were involved. And so now we have to wait till Tuesday. I'm hearing it's now Wednesday. Everybody's just too busy. Not people on the congressional side, but, the Secret Service, DHS. Alejandro Mayorkas, he has his plate full, supposedly. I got booted from YouTube comments, so I'll say it here. Jack Black and all the Hollywood. I immediately, right when you're like, oh, you know what? I got booted out of the YouTube comments and I'm going to say it here. I noticed that it's on Rumble. I love that. Rumble takes care of us, man. Again, just having a little bit of Mio and water. Okay, here's Nick. All right. Nick, what are you saying about this? Nick, that's why we need to have cigars and whiskey, man. Just come over. Jeez. Come over tonight and have some cigars and whiskey with me. I think a huge factor is the kid's fear, anxiety, heart rate, and the fact that he wasn't a good shot to begin with. Seems... Where the hell did it go? Seems like a huge miss to me being that close. The burst after also show his excitement to me. Yeah, I think he felt, I think he felt rushed too, especially with the cop climbing up and he aiming his rifle and people screaming, right? Guy with a gun. So I think he was limited. But also, I mean, right, if Trump is facing this way and the bullet's coming this way, I don't think he expected Trump to turn like that and basically be looking towards him and then tilt his head. Basically, the speed of the bullet, right? Virtually from that such a close distance. I mean, I think what probably happened was that the moment that dude pretty much pulled his trigger, Trump did move his head. You know what I mean? Like we all saw in the video. I mean, those had to be synced perfectly pretty much. JC for life, what's up? Bob Brad, where do I start a channel? Where's the most beneficial platform? Rumble, X, YouTube, or TikTok? So scared to get back. I don't put any investment in TikTok because they're commies over there. Quite literally, they'll just remove your content. So RNC is going to start here in a second. Haven't been there since summer of 2020 immediately. Look, YouTube's still a great platform to get a reach. Rumble's great. They're trying to grow, but Rumble's also kind of tough as well. So I would say just do everything if you can. It's a lot of work. Hey, what's going on, Kathleen? Hi, Brad. I am in as long as it, Jameson. I can't drink Jameson. Let's see what's going on here. Ooh.
The Wall Street Journal has reported today that Americans' incomes have gone down
70% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
Good evening. As we prepare to open our final session for the 2024 Republican National Committee, I feel compelled to note this has been a pretty awesome convention. We've heard from governors, senators, members of Congress, candidates, and leaders from across our great party. We've heard from real Americans who've shared their stories of loss and heartbreak, of their bravery and their vision for a better America. We've heard from the Trump family, Donald Trump Jr., Laura and Tiffany. You have all been incredible.
What I miss?
Almost as good as the president's granddaughter, Kai.
Yeah, his granddaughter did really well in talking.
And we've heard from the next
people.
Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance. I also feel compelled to note once again that it is a miracle that we are here tonight. The fact that Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania just days ago and is here tonight to accept his nomination is proof that we are all protected by the hand of a mighty God.
Absolutely. Amen to that.
We have a lot of work to do in this election cycle. Tomorrow, we will all go back to our respective states, roll up our sleeves, and get to work to win this election. But first, we have some business to attend here tonight. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear from the man who has the vision and strength to make America wealthy again? To make America safe again? To make America strong again?
So Trump will most likely be last.
America great again?
And in the rafters, they have a bunch of balloons that will drop.
Are you ready to hear from the next president of the United States?
Let's hope he is. Biden's supposed to
Let's
drop out,
get this
folks.
show on the road. I hereby open the final session of the 2024 Republican National Committee.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome B.J. James McLaughlin from Des Moines, Iowa, Delegate at Large for Iowa.
Make sure if you're on YouTube, you guys click the live chat. So up at the top, there's an arrow. Make sure you guys click that so you can see everybody's stuff.
If you bungle
It's
raising
up
your
here.
children, nothing much matters.
So right here,
Jackie
live chat.
Kennedy's words
That way you can
speak
see
louder
everybody.
today than when she said them over 60 years ago.
What's going on, Kenya?
And this is why we
Kenya
gather
from
on this
Cali.
historic occasion, isn't it? We as parents and grandparents would move heaven and earth to protect our children and the opportunities that a strong, free America offers them. Raising our children is the single most important job we have. which is why we dedicate endless hours organizing, volunteering, and advocating on behalf of President Trump. We owe it to our children to give them the kind of America we all remember growing up in, the proud, patriotic, and safe America that President Trump wants for all of us. Thank you.
What's going on, David? Cece? Trump's going to speak last, guys. It's probably going to be
At
like
home,
2.5
every
hours till we
night,
see
when
Trump.
we finish our
His speech,
prayers,
at least.
we finish our prayers with the prayer to St. Michael. We pray for all the children, our grassroots warriors, our country, and President Trump and his family. Tonight, I would like to add my boys, JJ, Jack, and George, and God bless you, Kevin. And President Trump, St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray.
Man, it must be hot in
And
Atlanta.
do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruins of souls. Amen, and God bless President Trump.
Love that. It's awesome. What's going on, Sam? Hell yeah, Trump, baby.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by Veterans for the Flag Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Oh, that's a dope shirt. I like that. Hey, Nick, order us some of those shirts, huh?
Left, right, all left, all left,
Hell yeah.
all left, right, left, right,
Hey, where'd they get those hat ideas
all
from,
left,
huh?
all left, right, left, right.
You know,
Color
Secret Service
guard.
checked the shit out of those guns now.
Mark time.
Those things probably aren't even real.
Detail.
Like plastic.
Halt. Left, peace.
Man, isn't Vivek great, dude?
Please
Vivek is
remain
just awesome.
standing for the Pledge
He's
of
such a good
Allegiance
speaker.
and the national anthem.
Halt.
Some of you are probably like, oh, Brad's going to gush
Please
over
welcome
Vivek again. You're
Gabe
damn right.
Guidarini to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
What's going on, Lily?
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. And may God bless our great nation.
Now to perform the national anthem, please welcome award-winning international singer, Mary Milburn.
I expect by the time Trump gets here, that upper bowl is going to be filled. That's a dress. Look at those earrings, huh? Dang, that is some badass. What's going on, Chase? Oh, like, hell yeah, America, baby! You know what I mean? Get the B-52s out there
Please
with the
remain
boys flying
standing while
over.
the
Hell
colors
yeah!
are retired.
Ah, goddamn, I love this country, man. Ain't nothing better. There's nothing better.
Forward,
Oh,
move.
damn.
Hold up, hold up,
Hell
hold
yeah.
up, right,
That doesn't get you
right.
guys and gals ready for tonight,
Hold up.
baby. I don't know what
hold
will.
up, right, left, right.
I saw Patriotic
Left,
Troll
right.
asked if Trump was going to
Hold
come
up.
out to...
hold up,
I
right.
forgot what song.
left.
Sorry, there's a lot of people in the chat. I heard rumors Kid Rock was there rehearsing
Ladies and
and
gentlemen,
possibly going to
please
come out to
welcome
Kid
Chairman
Rock.
of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, United States Senator Steve Daines of Montana.
I still get goosebumps every time Trump comes out to freaking Lee Greenwood. Man. Oh my God. Like every time I get goosebumps. Oh, like teary-eyed.
Wow, how about that national anthem sung by Mary Milburn?
Yeah. That was a damn good job singing.
I'm U.S. Senator Steve Daines,
What's up, Steve?
and I represent the great state of Montana right over there. You know, when I was a kid growing up in Montana, my grandma taught me an important lesson, and that is to have a thankful heart, to count your blessings. So this morning, as I was headed down to breakfast, I thanked God for my sweet wife, Cindy, of 37 years. I thanked God for our 4 children and their spouses. I thanked God for our 6 grandchildren. And then I thank God that in 6 months, Joe Biden will no longer be president of the United States.
Let's hope so. He might not be president of the United States in like 7 days.
Now think about this moment we're in here this
50
evening.
Cent is supposed
to perform. It was just 5 days ago. We were a quarter-inch away from having a memorial service instead of a nominating convention.
Dana White introducing Trump.
And we thank God here tonight for protecting President Trump.
Yeah, when Trump comes out, dude, yeah, Jeff, I'm going to be goosebumps, man,
But
for
we
sure.
have important work to do.
I might get teary-eyed during his
because
speech.
going forward, we must fight, fight, fight.
If you're just joining
And
us,
I will
folks,
tell
hit
you,
that
as
like
chairman
button. We got a lot of people over
of
at
the
Rumble.
National Republican Senatorial
Give us
Committee,
a thumbs up, please.
I'm working with President Trump to win the Senate majority and to fire Chuck Schumer.
Hell yeah. The fuck Chuck.
Back
already.
in early
It's gonna be a wild night,
2023,
guys.
President Trump and I met at Mar-a-Lago.
Over
We
some
agreed
stogies.
our highest priority is electing an America First Senate majority that has his back. Senators that will stand with President Trump. And tonight, I want to speak directly to the
Should we
voters
just light some stogies
of
tonight,
West
boys?
Virginia, of
Girls, huh? Have a
Montana,
little cigar for Trump
of
tonight?
Ohio, of Pennsylvania, of Nevada, of
Got
Michigan,
Michael Knowles cigars. Look at those.
Wisconsin, Arizona,
Yeah.
Virginia,
I think I'm going to light one up for Trump
and
tonight.
New Mexico.
Is there that in a glass of whiskey?
And here's why. Because your Democrat senators are lying to you.
Correct.
Look, they talk like moderates, but they vote like radicals. You know, they say they're with you, but they vote with Joe Biden. Never forget, these liberal senators voted to impeach President Trump twice. And I will tell you, an America First majority will stand with President Trump. These liberal senators allowed millions of illegal immigrants into our country.
Yep.
An America First majority will secure the border, and we're going to build the wall.
I hope so. You're going to see it from Mars. Elon Musk is going to see
These
that wall
liberal
from
senators
Mars.
shut down the Keystone Pipeline. An America First majority, we're going to drill, baby, drill. These liberal senators want to take away your Second Amendment rights.
Yep. Yeah, they do.
Those are fighting words back in Montana.
Oh, fighting words here.
An America First majority will protect your precious right to keep and bear arms.
Hell yeah.
These liberal senators covered for Biden after 13 American service members were killed during his botched Afghanistan withdrawal.
You're correct, hamster. We got to be prepared.
An America
Exactly
First
right.
majority. By the way, I'm the son of a U.S. Marine. An America First majority is going to stand with our military. These liberal senators stood with anti-Semitic mobs. An America First majority is going to stand with Israel.
Heck yeah.
And look, these liberal senators want boys in girls' sports. I'm the father of 2 daughters. They want men in your daughter's and my daughter's locker room.
Wild.
And you know,
So
they
crazy.
can't even define what a woman is. But let me tell you something. Back in Montana, we know the difference between a bull and a cow.
It was Vivek, David.
We must replace these liberal senators with great Republican leaders like Jim Justice and Baby Dog in West Virginia.
What's going on, Willie? I
like
see you.
Tim Sheehy in Montana. Like Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Like Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. Like Sam Brown in Nevada. Mike Rogers in Michigan.
Hell yeah.
Eric Hovde right here in Wisconsin. Hung Cao in Virginia. Nella Domenici in New Mexico. And of course, Carrie Lake in Arizona. We must elect an America First Senate majority that will stand with President Donald J. Trump. But look, right now, the left-wing billionaires are massively outspending us. That's what's keeping me up at night. And we need your help. You can go to Senate24.com. Senate24.com today. Help us fight back. Because together, we're going to win back the Senate. We're going to grab that gavel out of Schumer's hands. We're going to deliver a historic victory for President Trump. And we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
Yeah, so Trump's speech is scheduled to start at 9 p.m. Central Time. We got a lot of hours here, folks. If you're just around for Trump's speech, it's not going to be for like another 3-4 hours. So we'll be here again. I will step away at times. I don't want to get copyrighted for music. So yeah, we're just hanging out. Like I said, feel free to come and go and hang out and hell, write some crazy stuff in the chat so we have something to talk about here. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson couldn't tell you what the difference between a bull and a cow is because she isn't a veterinarian. California does need Trump, but Danny, I think California's gone, my dude. I live here. I think there's no hope for this state, unfortunately. We need to build back communities. Yep. Absolutely. But I think it comes down to the individual, JC for life. And I think it comes down to the individual. And honestly, I think it comes down to just religious values. It doesn't matter what religion you're in. They all kind of overlap in terms of morality. But, you know, when you remove that from the school system, when you remove that from, you know, the household, that's where things really start to cripple. And you got to start there. It starts in the household. You know what I mean? Starts in the household and it grows out, but Democrats have really, through their ideology, more specifically the left, have done a really amazing job at destroying this country. What happened to the community barbecues back in the day? Yeah, I feel you on that one. That community aspect's more of a conservative Republican value now more than anything.
Your co-chair here, right behind me. Look at this. This is the Republican National Convention floor.
I'll be here.
We have unity in our party. You have seen it here at this convention, and we need to keep that going all the way up until Election Day on November 5th. Anything you can donate right now to help President Donald Trump get back in that White House alongside his running mate, J.D. Vance. Please donate now. We appreciate you so much.
I don't know. Whoa, $5. Thank you so much from your mom. Was a hamster. That's a hell of a username, my friend. I hope you don't type that out every single time. That's a lot of words. I had a ticket to the Butler rally, but no way. Holy crap. I had a ticket to the Butler rally, but woke up that morning and something told me not to go. I'm not religious, but a lot of stuff has been going down. I think even people that weren't religious and maybe agnostic, like some sort of higher being, looked at what took place that rally and Donald Trump not dying, and I think that made some people believers. I mean, I think it even drew Donald Trump closer to some sort of faith than what he was before. How can you not, man? I mean, how the hell can you not think that that wasn't the hand of God that took place there? I really do appreciate that $5, man, especially in Bidenomics, the way things are going, man. Your hard-earned money being sent to a fellow patriot like me, man, is greatly appreciated. You keep the lights on here for us, and I thank you a lot for that donation, man. Thank you. David says CA has a Trump Danny Pierre. Oh, I'll check him out. There is a lack of trust in this world nowadays from all of this fear mongering and weirdos out there being mentioned on the news. I mean, dude, you don't even gotta just not on the news, right? Hell, you can just watch the clips that we show here sometimes on the Bald Brad show of just people coming up and just assaulting you in broad daylight. I mean, you can go down the Hollywood Boulevard, the touristy of touristy areas. Hollywood Boulevard, right there in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater, right? Where the handprints of the celebrities are. They'll just rob your ass in broad daylight right there. They don't even care. They'll sit there and smash out the windows out of your car because there's a lot of traffic down there, and they'll take the shit out of your car and just run off. So it's crazy. Smash and grabs. There was a CNN interview, I believe, while they were at, I think it was like CVS or Rite Aid or something like that. While they were in there, the place got robbed 3 times. So, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen in Republican areas. Of course it does. Crime happens everywhere. But, man, Democrats are really, really just allowing things to happen and crime to thrive. Who's this guy? We should joke about everything? Yeah, totally. I think we still should joke about everything.
My name is Richard Hudson.
What's up, Richard?
And I'm a congressman from North Carolina.
Okay.
Great to see my North Carolina folks over here.
That's cool.
Also want to acknowledge my brilliant, amazing, smoking hot wife, Renee, who worked 4 years in the Trump White House. She's here with us tonight. Love
this guy's
you.
amped to be here. You can tell. Hell yeah. Look at him. He's amped
I
to
love
be
you
here.
too, AJ. I also want to acknowledge my son Lane, who's at home watching us on TV. And finally, I want to acknowledge God above, who redeemed this center. And on Saturday, saved President Donald Trump's life.
Amen, sir. Love that, dude.
Now, my job as NRCC chairman is to grow the House majority. But in my district in North Carolina, we have the largest military base in the world, Fort Bragg, home of the Airborne and Special Forces. The men and women there, the men and women at Fort Bragg are willing to give their lives for the flag. And if they make that ultimate sacrifice, that same flag accompanies them home on that final journey. They deserve a commander-in-chief who respects them and who honors their service. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is that commander-in-chief.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You see, Donald Trump loves America. He literally embraces the flag. But extreme Democrats, they'll burn it in the streets and on college campuses. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they stand with those flag burners because they want to rule over you. But House Republicans, we stand with President Trump. We stand for America, and we stand up for the flag. Because House Republicans understand we don't rule over you. We work for you. In just the last 2 years, House Republicans have passed an historic border security bill that would lock down Biden's open border.
I have not seen it yet, Glenn, but I'll definitely check it out.
We passed legislation to unleash energy production and lower cost. We passed legislation to remove woke indoctrination from our military.
Yeah, David, we talked about it this morning.
We
I
passed
think he's
the
gonna,
Parents'
he's
Bill
gonna
of
bow
Rights
out.
because we think parents ought to make decisions about how their children are educated. And we impeached Biden's failed border chief, Alejandro Mayorkas.
That dude needs to be fired, Alejandro Mayorkas. That guy sucks.
But Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer killed those bills and blocked any progress for the American people. For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we need backup. To save America, we need to grow our majority. And we need President Donald Trump back in the White House. A Republican House is also essential to ensuring Donald Trump's success as our president.
I thought maybe you put association because you didn't want to get flagged by YouTube.
Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries, would do if he was Speaker of the House to undermine Donald Trump. If Democrats control the House, they'll block every tax cut, budget, border bill, and crime bill that he proposes. They'll hold sham investigations and hearings to bog down his agenda. They'll impeach him for doing his job. But we're not going to let that happen. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will preserve the historic Trump tax cuts and eliminate taxes on tips. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will fund the police. We will rebuild our military. We will stand up to communist China. And ladies and gentlemen, we will finish the wall.
I hope so. Texas is building portions of it right now with their own money.
A House majority will make Donald Trump's second term even more successful than his first. So let me ask you, let me hear from you. Who can we count on? Who can we count on to return us to unprecedented American prosperity? Who can we count on to stand up to our enemies? Who can we count on for a secure border and safer neighborhoods? Absolutely right. We can count on President Donald Trump. So let's work together. Let's elect President Donald Trump. Let's grow our House Republican majority. Together we can make it happen. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American businesswoman Diane Hendricks.
Good evening. My name is Diane Hendricks. And I'm living proof that the American dream is possible
Good to see you,
with hard
brother.
work and determination. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin. I was one of 9 girls, no boys.
Whoa.
I dreamed of moving to the city.
What are the odds
and wearing
of that?
a blue suit.
One of 9 girls?
But at
Can
the
you
age
imagine
of
being that
17,
father?
I became pregnant. That was not part of my plan.
You became pregnant.
But I
your
truly
dad to
believe
become
that
pregnant
every
with 9
life
women,
is a
plus the
sacred
mother,
gift from
10
God.
women in that household. Get that guy on the podium. How'd you do it? Ease it up.
And I give thanks every day for my son. As a single mom, I worked 2 jobs to pay the bills.
A hard-working
I
woman
found
right
my
there.
passion in the field of real estate, which is still my passion. When I met my husband, Ken, he was a roofing contractor, and together we saw an opportunity and a need to develop a distribution chain. And we risked everything we had to start that company. Today, ABC Supply employs over 22,000 Americans. We are the largest roofing distributor in the country. But what's even more important is we are creating these jobs right here in the United States of America. I lost my husband 16 years ago. It was the toughest time in my life. Thank God I had our 7 children to be my support. But I had to decide whether to fight or fold. And I chose to fight. Since then, I've quadrupled the size of our companies. And to my surprise, I was recently just recognized as the most successful self-made woman in American history. So to all of you aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too. My success story as a teenage mom without a college degree was only possible because I was so blessed to be born in the United States of America. But today, the company from nothing. And we need a president who understands that too. We need a builder back in the White House. Someone who will cut the job-killing regulations, lower taxes on working families, and give the power back to the American.
No audio from me. God, I'm an idiot. You guys ready? No audio. I'm sorry. Forgive me. It's getting hot in here. No excuse. I'm like, Joey, what's going on? Who am I? Where am I? For the this is mostly for YouTube. Are you guys able to write as quickly as you want? For example, you don't have to have a delay, right? Or there's no delay between if you write something, correct? Like say if I say hello, I don't have to wait 5-10 minutes to say hello again, right? Is that correct? So I have that turned off. I want you guys to be able to write as quickly and as much as you want. So let me know in the live chat. That was what I was saying. What the hell? I don't even have my mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Diane Evans, volunteer and Republican Executive Committee woman from Palm Beach, Florida.
Anytime I screw up on the show now, I'm just going to say I'm sick.
Milwaukee.
Okay, no delay. Good. Sweet.
My name is Diane Evans.
Hello,
I'm a
Diane.
volunteer with more than 1,000 hours working for the Trump campaign since last year. If you told me I'd be here 5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited to re-elect Donald Trump as President of the United States this November. I've never spoken at a convention before. I've never used a teleprompter before.
Thanks,
but I
Karen.
figure if Joe Biden can, I can manage all right.
I muted my mic to cough.
I'm pretty
I don't
new
wanna
to
cough in your guys' ear.
politics. I voted my
I just
whole
pressed my
life,
back on.
but I've never got involved as a volunteer. I was busy raising my family, spending time with my husband, starting a small business, and walking the dog. Moms are busy people. When it came to politics, I always figured let everybody else take care of it. But then the 2020 election happened. After that, you better believe I got involved. I joined my local
David, I don't know,
Republican
man.
Executive Committee.
I don't know
And
if I
when
can sit through
Trump
the DNC,
headquarters
dude.
asked for a volunteer to help with office
I
staff,
mean, if you guys want, we can.
I started showing up whenever they needed me, or if they didn't need me, I showed up anyway. I
Jimmy,
showed
give
up
her a
once a
break.
week and did little things like refilling coffee creamers, anything that they needed.
I love you,
even
Randy.
taking
Thanks,
out
dude.
the garbage.
What's up, Javi?
And now I'm helping
Javi,
to
what are you
take
doing
out
in
the
here? How'd you
garbage
weasel your way in here,
at
Javi?
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
What's going on, John? John, I haven't seen you in a while. Where you been? I know your guys' names.
As long
look
as
for you
I
in the
can
chats while I'm
remember,
live
these
streaming. I know what's going on.
politicians have said what they think we want to hear, then they do just what the hell they want. And Joe Biden has been the worst offender for the last 50 years.
Damn right. Yes,
President
sir,
Trump
yes.
is different. I knew he would get things done for the American people, and he did. He isn't part of the swamp.
I just realized she has a Trump
He's
pin
going to
in the middle of her
drain the
chest.
swamp. The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to stop him. We can't rest for a minute. If you're not sure how to get involved, reach out to your local Republican Party. And most important, get out and vote Republican on November 5th.
Yes, sir. Man, that's coming
Tell
up here,
20
folks.
people to tell 20 people to vote. That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or rig their way out of a landslide.
What's going on, Pat?
I know that
well,
together
good, brother. You got paid in
we
bills.
can win.
Good to see
We
you, though,
can
dude.
all take out the garbage in Washington, D.C.
This is a volunteer.
And we
Kenya.
can make America great again.
Yes, we can.
God bless President Trump. And God bless Team Trump. And thank you so much. I'll see you all out there.
That's nice. That was a good speech for somebody that's never spoken in front of that many people. She did great. Good for her. Wow. It's not easy doing public speaking. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a break here. We will still stay tuned for another. Again, Trump's speech isn't till 9 p.m. Central Time, folks, okay? So they've designated 9 to 10:30. So we might be looking at an hour and a half speech, that time slot. That's a long speech, but we'll be here for it. We'll be here for the laughter, the happiness, and probably the tears watching that guy walk on stage. I'm not going to lie. I'm probably getting a little teary-eyed. All right, don't judge me over here. I see you guys in the live chat. I hate this 30 days of voting. It's turned into election. Well, first, right, it was election day. Then it turned into election week. And then it turned into election month. And then it just turned in, well, whoever you are, doesn't matter. Just toss in a ballot and we'll count it. Autumn says she had 3 girls and I'd go crazy as a mom. I mean, not him. 1 of 9 women. Nothing against women. I'm just saying that's a household. Not 9 children, no matter what, is a household. I mean, the parents in that household have to be strong. Oh, Lord, that's a lot of estrogen. I mean, that seeps through the walls, you know what I'm saying? Real men cry, Brad, no worries. I do the same thing. No, we don't. No, we don't cry. Can we cry of happiness of Joe Biden dropping out? Although I don't know who's going to replace him. Who do you guys think's going to replace Joe? Toss that in there. You think it's going to be Kamala? You think it's going to be Hillary Clinton? Who's going to replace Joe? Again, that was kind of the breaking news that we talked about this morning on this morning show. If you're just new here, we do a morning show every day, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, or at least Monday through Friday. Again, folks, in about 3 weeks, that time is going to change to 6 a.m. Our show is going to be 6 a.m. live every morning. If we don't do it live, then we have to do, I have to record it the night before, but we don't have the fun in the live chat and stuff like that. And I like hanging out with you guys, so.
Well, hello,
I got to go to work
Milwaukee.
after. You know, we got to do it early.
And good evening, America. Let me
lady?
take 1 second to say hello to my fellow delegates from Connecticut.
Obama.
My name is
Javier,
Linda
wow.
McMahon.
You think it's going to be Michelle?
And I am the chair of the America First Policy Institute. I'm perhaps one of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago. And as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most
Shout
in the
out
world?"
to Kathleen.
And she said, "You,
Ordering
Grandpa."
Trojan horse. Thank you so much.
And
I
he
appreciate
kissed her
that.
on both cheeks.
It said message
Then
retracted,
she
but I
whisked
saw
off
it.
his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given.
Yeah, that Gold Star Families, that was a tearjerker for
I first
sure.
met Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment.
We'll be here, Devin. We're not going anywhere. And you bet your butt we'll definitely be here when
For
Trump
fun,
walks
he
on that
became
stage.
part of some
We
of the
ain't
most
missing that. That's
compelling
history.
and highest rated storylines in the company's history. And when he became president, I was honored to serve in his cabinet,
Hakeem
running the
Draft
Small
Breeze,
Business
Aaron,
Administration.
That's not a bad pick, actually. for the
I
Democrat
traveled
Party.
the country, talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought
they got to
for
choose
them.
soon. The DNC's in 4 weeks.
He knew that small businesses are the engine of the American economy, and the Trump tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them. Almost every business owner I spoke with was using their tax savings to grow their businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing. But at no moment during my time in the government was more poignant for me than one that happened in 2018. I traveled with the president to view the destruction which Hurricane Florence had levied on my hometown of New Bern, North Carolina.
Just a heads up, guys. This is crazy. There's only 4 books left in stock on Amazon.
I stepped off of Air Force One
21% off.
and walked side by side with the President of the United States through the hangar where my father had been a shop foreman and my mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods of my childhood, comforting those who had suffered such great damages.
Only 15, huh?
Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild, what kind of materials they should use.
Off, to be quite honest.
And he didn't just show a personal interest, he was one of them. But now Joe Biden and the Democrats want to penalize small businesses again by hiking their taxes. But when he's reelected, Donald Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also offer new tax cuts like no taxes on tips. Instead of taxing American companies.
Yeah, if you guys missed that or just listening on audio, Amazon has my book in hardcover for 40% off. You don't need a code. You saw a real reaction. Again, I don't control that stuff. The publishing company does. So if you're like, oh, Brad, that, that blah, blah. No, that's insane. I've never seen it. It's not gonna get any cheaper than that. So go buy up those last 15 that are in stock. 40% off. The link is there in the chat for you guys, for Trojan Horse. I couldn't even sell it to you at that price from my store. So go grab that if you can at 40%. I don't know if that's ever going to happen again. That's crazy. Wow. What are they doing over there? I don't think I'm making any money off that deal, dude.
He has the heart of a lion and the
What
soul
hell?
of a warrior. And I believe that if necessary, he would stand at the gates of hell to defend our country.
Javier, you better not be selling my damn book on eBay. When I see you next time.
He loves this country, and he would do anything to defend it and to protect us from all harm. I am confident that he will make America great again. And why?
Oh, thanks, Karen.
Because he did it before.
Well, Javier, you guys have...
So I ask all of you here
I thought you guys had a
tonight,
signed copy.
and those of you who are watching from home, to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States.
Cheers to that, lady.
Thank you, and good night.
Oh, they're having really good speakers.
Everywhere you look.
Another ad. We might as well throw up my own ad here. If you guys didn't know, we have baldbradstore.com. I might as well throw this in the chat here. Baldbradstore.com. We finally have an actual link. And a lot of you are saying, great book. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys are making me want to write another one. It's a lot of work. I don't know if I ever will, but I started writing one. I got about 40 pages in. If you haven't headed over to Bald Brad's store, we got a lot of merch. We have a new shirt up, and a new mug. This mug, somebody did buy it. This American Patriot mug right here, that is a sick looking mug, and you bet your ass I'm gonna buy one. Sorry to cuss, but that came out a lot better than I thought it would. And then we have, very similar to this shirt, the styles are the same. We put up the American Patriot shirt just with the pocket logo, so there's nothing on the back. The back is just blank, but it's very similar, kind of like the style of shirt I'm wearing here. And my favorite shirt that I wear on the show a lot that you guys seen, that's the women's tee. I don't wear women's clothing. Is this one. This is my shirt. So this was designed off a Stone Brewery shirt. Actually, this exact shirt, it's the same style. And the The pocket on the front has my logo. This is the shirt that I wear live. You see me wear it. And then this in the back. So I think Shib has 2 of these. Shib has been buying these up like they're freaking hotcakes. Shib's over in the United Kingdom. And they do ship all over. We got a few Aussies in here as well. People from Australia. So head over there. We got a lot of merch. A lot of cool stuff, actually. I don't think I've ever walked you guys through this before. This mug, though, man. I can't get over this. Bald Bradshaw mug right here. Is what you see me drinking out of. Alrighty. So enough of that. Enough of the plugs. But I got the flag on the back. Does anybody have the black one? The black kind of looks dope, too. By the way, I don't get discounts myself. I just have to pay for this as well. You might be thinking, well, you have your mug. No, I had to buy it, too. It's a third-party vendor. Let's see how you guys are doing in the chat real quick while we're on break here. Whoa, the chat is blown up. Oh, I got to scroll down really far. I haven't gotten it yet, but I will. The book, John? I'll read your next book. You are a great writer. Thank you, Karen. I really do appreciate it. That's nice of you. All right. The Trump band shirt. I tried to publish Trump merch. They wouldn't let me. Nice mug. Thank you. Thank you, Karina. We drink out of it every single day. Right here. It's actually the only Bald Bradshaw mug I own. I gotta get more. I want the new Patriot Pocket logo tee. Heck yeah. Get one, secret agent. Buy it up. Get the women's, get the men's stuff. What's wrong with women's clothing? Javier, you freaking savage. Javier, the women's clothing is left for the actual women, or if you're men on the Democrat side of the aisle. Oh, I love teasing you guys. I love teasing you guys. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to stay live. I'm not going anywhere, but I want to go fill up my drinks and air the room out a little bit. It's starting getting a little hot in here. I will be back. I'm going to leave the stream going, but don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be here all night, like literally for like the next 4 hours. You know what? Let's do this. Let's, I'll do it when I come back. It's not a big deal. With that being said, folks, BRB.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 70th United States Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo.
Good evening. Good evening, my fellow Americans. It's great to be with you. A special shout out to Kansas over there, my good friends from Kansas. You know, I had the incredible privilege to serve as President Trump's CIA director and Secretary of State. It was my greatest honor to work with him every single day to serve you, the American people. Now you all are paying attention, so you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments. Let's start with this. There were no new American wars. Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And you know, here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated them like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan, and not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. You know, under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we put America first every single day. "42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handlers, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity? Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan. As an Army veteran, I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country. To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers and sisters. It was indecent. And of course, it was that very weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine. Last week, we saw what it meant. A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime. Contrast that with what we did when Americans were wrongfully held. President Trump sent me to North Korea to bring home 3 American pastors. We brought them home. Along with dozens of other hostages, and we did so without paying 1 single penny to the terrorists. And what about Iran today? When Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, we gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs who conducted barbaric attacks in Israel. And now, of course, closer to home, a massive national security challenge. Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islamist terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden sold out our citizens and our security and our sovereignty, and we need to get it back, and I am confident that we will get it back. I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat. I saw how the world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like. But unfortunately, President Biden struts the global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage. He talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world? What have he and his leftist base actually shown other nations? He's censored free speech here at home. He's put woke into the military that I and you so desperately love. We must reclaim it. He put it in our schools as well. He's weaponized the justice system against our political opponents. And even to this day, as we sit here today, he and Vice President Harris are providing appeasement to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States. And even worse, today this administration treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration has failed to tell us the truth that we all know and is so dangerous to our nation. The truth that Joe Biden can't handle that 3 a.m. phone call. Indeed, he won't take a phone call after about 4 p.m. My call to you tonight is really straightforward. It's really simple. We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do to uphold American values. It is up to those of us in the room tonight and those of you watching tonight. Donald Trump will every day, I saw it firsthand, he will put America first. So let's do what's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize for our country. And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll re-elect Donald J. Trump, and we will make America special, exceptional, and of course, great again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Lorenzo Sewell from Michigan.
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor at 180 Church. And we were blessed last month to have President Donald Trump come to Detroit, Michigan. Let's go. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me, a pastor who was born and raised on the east side of Detroit, I was mentored by murderers. I was a student of the street. But I had a radical experience with Jesus Christ that changed my life forever. Come on, if you believe that Jesus still changed lives, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory. President Trump came to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came to a church to listen to average, everyday Americans like you and like me. He came to a church not to speak to us, but to listen to us. He came into a church, and a lot of people, they were upset. A lot of people, they would ask me questions. Why would you allow Donald Trump to come into your church? How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says, he who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone? President Donald Trump, he came during his birthday weekend. Let me ask you a question. Grand old party, what would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for your birthday? Would you come to Detroit? Would you come into the hood? He came to the hood because he cares about average, everyday Americans. Grand old party, I need to ask you a question. What would you ask for your birthday? If you could go to Mar-a-Lago or if you could go to New York, what would you ask for your birthday? He asked for prayer. I believe that prayer is preventative and prayer is proactive. I believe that praying in the name of Jesus changes everything. And when we prayed for President Trump, only God knew that 30 days later, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. Only God knew that if we prayed for him during his birthday, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. If President Trump had moved 1 millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Monday to talk to us about how America was going to be made wealthy again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Tuesday to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Wednesday to tell us how he was going to make America strong again. And if President Trump would have moved just a millimeter, we would not be hearing tonight how he was going to make America great again. Before I take my seat, I just got to talk to you about something called providence and something called sovereignty. God's sovereignty is his ability to be able to do what he wants when he wants because he's God. And God's providence, it's when he does what he wants, when he wants for all of you. Did you know that President Trump was shot on 6/11? And do you know that Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 11 says, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. So all my Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts. He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president of the United States in America. And he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that? So all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question. You can't deny the power of God on this man's life. You can't deny that God protected him. You cannot deny that it was a millimeter miracle that was able to save this man's life. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time as this? Could it be? Could it be that when we prayed for him when he came to the round table in Detroit, that Jesus asked and he received, that we sought him and then he found protection? Could it be that the King of glory, the Lord God strong and mighty, the God who is mighty in battle, protected Donald Trump because he wants to use him for such a time as this? If you believe that, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Secret Service guys around him. That guy ain't fucking around, the guy right there. Holy lordy. That guy will kill you with a toothpick, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Neaporti from Florida.
Why are you guys putting t-shirts and bikinis in the chat?
It's an honor to be here this evening. I'm the PGA head golf professional at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida. We all know that President Trump loves his family because we see that.
I did watch
and
the
we
whole
all
Kill
know that
Tony
President
episode. It
Trump
was so
is willing
great.
to die
Turbo.
for our country
It was
because
so
we
funny.
just witnessed that. But what I'm here to tell you tonight is that Donald Trump is a great boss and one hell of a golfer. At our club championship in March, I watched President Trump hit a perfect 210-yard 4-iron to within 10 feet of the hole. Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe you sunk that putt. Donald Trump, 21 club championships. Joe Biden, 0. For non-golfers out there, that's a pretty good record. That's real good. That's not good, that's great. 25 years ago, I was working multiple jobs, and one of those jobs was caddying at Trump International, and that's where I met Mr. Trump. My caddy job eventually would turn into a full-time job. One day, I was out caddying for Mr. Trump when he mentioned to me that he needed to find a teaching pro. He knew I could play, so he said, tomorrow, dress like a golf pro and come out and play golf with me. So in true Mr. Trump fashion, on the first tee the next day, he tees up his ball, whacks it right down the middle of the fairway. And I turned to him and I said, hey, I'm pretty nervous. And he said, John, you just relax and play your game. And it was great advice, because after 9 holes, he turned to me and he said, I've seen enough. You've got the
you're
job.
throwing your clothes at Trump. Okay.
Thank you. Later, I went on to become the head golf professional, and I'll never forget that moment with Mr. Trump. He truly changed my life. That's who Donald Trump is. For 25 years, I've seen his generosity and his remarkable character. Firsthand, his entire family reflects these values as well. With all the hate the president gets, I think to myself, how can someone go through all this? He could have chosen a quiet life. He could have played more golf. But he cares so deeply about America and our people. He just keeps working, and he does it for us. Now it's our turn to support him. So let's help him. Let's hear it. Make America great again.
Lily B, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. That's kind of you. Thank you so much. Grab a hold of those memberships, folks.
Thank you, President Trump, for believing in me and in our country.
Thank you, Lily B. That's very kind of you.
As much as I'll miss him in the White House or in the clubhouse, we need to vote him back in the White House. Thank you very much.
Let's see if they respond. I'm waiting on them. You guys didn't know what happened to locals. They said there was fraudulent activity that happened on my account. I don't know how. We only wrote 2 articles. So we'll come back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with locals right now. I'm waiting. So the initial email that I sent out, it took them 4 days to respond. It's been about 3 days since I followed up saying, well, can you tell me what was the illegal activity that took place or the fraudulent activity? So we'll see. I'm trying to figure it out. I can't even create a community on there myself now. I don't know what the hell's going on. But thank you, Lily. I appreciate that. She said, I know you're trying to grow Rumble, but I'm waiting on locals to get it together. Yeah, me too. I'll reach out to Dylan, who's our content coordinator for Rumble. I think he's attached to us. I don't think he's in the feed right now because he's actually at the RNC currently. So he hasn't been hopping in the live streams, but I'll reach out to him when I think everything settles down. So probably early next week, I'll reach out to him. I don't think he's watching it live. Normally he's in here with us. If you're wondering what I'm drinking, there was this new trend going around where you put I almost said coffee, soda. This is Coke Zero, and then you know that marshmallow fluff that you could put. It's like marshmallow spread. Put on like really anything, like sandwiches and peanut butter. I think Elvis used to do that. Anyways, trying that doesn't really do anything. So if you see this trend where you put marshmallow spread and Coca-Cola together, or guess Coke Zero, yeah, it doesn't really taste like anything. It just tastes like Coke. You're just throwing more sugar in it. So that was a waste. Believe it or not, I actually got the marshmallow spread because I've been making these like s'more desserts. So basically I throw some graham cracker in the blender, and then I put it inside like a little jar at the bottom with a base, and then I put 2 pieces of Hershey's chocolate. You pop that in the microwave for about 30 seconds, and then you throw the marshmallow fluff on top of it like a nice layer, and then you get like a legit s'more out of it. Nice little, it's not as messy. It's fun. You can eat it with a spoon. Not that I need more calories, but it's still yummy. Yeah, Turbo's talking about the Trump impression from Shane Gillis for Kill Tony. If you guys don't watch Kill Tony, actually I'll pull it up here. Maybe we can watch a little bit of that while we're waiting. Well, not only was Shane Gillis' impression of Trump spot on, but so was Adam Ray's impression. So this was Adam Ray coming out as so he's so good. What's crazy is the smirk that he does is so spot on. So here's Shane.
Ladies and gentlemen, the real president of the United States is here. Oh my God.
Yes, that was Monday's episode of Kill Tony. Just completely knocked it out of the park. Already has 6 million views. Head over. That's Kill Tony, you guys, if you don't watch it. Me and my wife watch this together pretty much every Monday. Shane Gillis as Donald Trump, and then Adam Ray as Joe Biden. If you haven't seen Adam Ray's Dr. Phil, you have to watch that. That is just nothing but comedy. They did a fantastic job.
And of all the songs...
Thought I'd show you guys that. I love
comedy. Of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him. Especially those words, "His truth is marching on." I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?"
Wow.
It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime.
Yeah, I saw that, Karen, that impression, from that priest is pretty
I've
good.
seen the truth of President Trump, and it marches on with me tonight. I know that many here and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president. It's real. I have never seen him refuse a question from somebody, decline a photo, or ignore someone's story or concerns. Everyone he meets gets a family member's embrace from him. I have felt that warmth so many times over the years. Just last week, I told the president about a moment I had with his 3 sons and how impressed I was with them. He looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers. When my dad fell gravely ill, President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect. including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president. Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour for my family and many other families. That's who he is. When times are really tough, when he's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, Donald Trump shows up and he's there for you. Thank you.
God, how do you talk like that and not
When
get
I
emotional,
lost
you know?
my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose, the pain was unbearable. But as usual, Donald Trump showed up.
Dude, I'm starting to get a little emotional here.
After he became the President Trump, even amid all the responsibilities of his office, he reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory.
Have you guys seen Melania Trump at this convention? I don't think I've seen her. Let me know in the chat if you guys, some of you know, we all watch at different times. Have you guys seen her? I haven't seen her.
He went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, Steve, as he led me up to the lectern, tell the world about your boy. My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from.
A solid drink.
Exactly as the president does for everybody. Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died.
Man.
And I came today with his watch on.
Ooh.
I kept his guitar.
This is heavy.
I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend, Andrew's friend, and fellow music lover, Donald Trump. I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son. President Trump didn't say something nice to me and put it in a closet somewhere. He put it right out front at his Trump International West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well as an acknowledgement to my boy, a sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains opioid abuse. Thank you.
Man.
Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage. But this is the truth about President Trump, the man I have come to know and admire and love, a man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man. A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens, cares, and always acts. The kind of man we need now to be the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. May God bless you all. May God bless President Trump and his extraordinary wife and his wonderful family. And may God bless America. Thank you so much.
And a good speech. Very good speech.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat.
Correct.
And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Nice job, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome attorney and senior advisor for President Donald J. Trump, Alina Habba.
Here we go. Habba, habba.
Good evening, America. My name is Alina Habba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump.
Some people are speculating that she's going to be the press secretary.
Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse, but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines, and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country. As a devout Catholic, a proud first-generation Arab-American woman, and a feisty Jersey girl who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker, He's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend.
I'm gonna get teary-eyed here. Holy lordy, man.
Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics, President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating.
Good speech so far, Dan.
As the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first. And as the 47th president, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people.
Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. Totally.
As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right.
What's going on, Mike?
President Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us, because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning. Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming." America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up. So if you're ready to end the Democrat destruction, and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump. So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Not yet, Autumn.
He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us. God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
Good speech. So while we're waiting, I want to bring this attention news to you guys. This comes from Jackie Heinrich, who we love here of Fox News. Check this out. She just put ... meaning she is speechless. Quote, the whole Obama alumni are ready to take over Harris's campaign and run it. That means Obama is all over this. Everybody understands Kamala is the only play. If Biden steps down, the person added, the strategist said, the longer Biden waits to announce a decision to drop out of the race makes it more difficult for us to make all the transitions we need to do to build a campaign around a new ticket. Quote, the whole Obama alumni are ready to take over the Harris's campaign and run it. That means Obama is all over this, the source said. Harris has her own problems, including a history of high staff turnover, and she is not well liked by Biden loyalists. She's not well liked by a lot of people. She sucks at her damn job. I mean, like I mentioned, folks, just look at her history. She was put in charge to figure out the border, and it only got worse. I mean, it was astonishing. She got places the borders are, and somehow the border just got worse. It got exacerbated. It was made worse. Unbelievable stuff, folks. Unbelievable stuff. I'm hearing that he's going to announce his dropout on Sunday. Interesting. Check this out from Charlie Kirk. Per Mark, Biden will announce his withdrawal as soon as Sunday, followed by an open Democrat convention between Kamala and three or more rivals. Biden will not endorse his VP and will not resign the presidency. This could be the wildest month in American political history. Wow. So I forgot who it was. Somebody said the 25th, so they were close. So it could, in fact, be Sunday. Wow. Just who would have thought, man? Who would have thought? I thought he was going to stick with it, but I just think the pressure's too much on him coming from Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama. You have all these people coming out and just asking for him to step down, as if anybody's better, to be quite honest. Now, I want to show you guys this. I don't see it. There was this clip surfacing that there's a dark figure to the right of the water tower. Now, I see it, but it's so pixelated. You know what I mean? So I want to get your guys' take on this, and it might even be pixelated through my screen. But up in the top left, you have an image of the water tower, but people are saying you're able to see a shadowy figure take a shot from it, as if there's a second shooter. I don't think there is, to be honest. I think there's only one, but I'll play it for you guys nonetheless. So they're saying somebody's on the top right, but it's so pixelated. Remember, it's hot out, so you can have a lot of heat coming and radiating off the top of that, which I have heat coming off the top of the buildings here in California, and it creates waves. But look, I don't know. I don't see it. I see a shadow, yes, but it's so pixelated. Your eyes can play tricks on you. Again, we do that show Spooky Adventures, right? Which I still need to record another episode for now that I mention it. I don't know. This takes Hillary out. Hillary ain't going to run. I think she's just the worst candidate. Like I mentioned, they were polling Kamala Harris last week secretly. We covered that in our morning show. For those that don't know, we do have a morning show, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time every single morning. It's about an hour and 15 long podcast. We go over a bunch of news. Usually there's a main theme that we'll get to in the middle of that podcast. But overall, I try to make sure I cover a lot of different news stories for you guys. And if you want to dabble and dive a little bit deeper on your own on those, you can. But I think we do a pretty good job of kind of outlaying what the major headlines are and what you need to know in the upcoming weeks for the news cycle. And I think we've been on top of it. I got to say, I think we've been pretty good. Not perfect. We'll never be perfect, but we've been doing pretty darn good. What the heck are they saying? The shooter has encrypted online accounts overseas? Maybe. Hopefully we can find out more next week. I mean, next week's going to be freaking wild. If you have Joe Biden dropping out Sunday, there's going to be nothing but news bleeding out all next week. On top of the fact, we also have the congressional hearing with the Secret Service and Department of Homeland Security regarding the assassination of Donald Trump. Like, dude, I mean, this could be freaking insane. It could be wild. And you guys know, we'll make sure we bring you the latest and greatest news. If we got to have podcasts start rolling multiple times a day, we will, just to be on top of it all for you. To whoever gifted the membership, I thank you. I believe it was Lily B. Lily B, I did know, gifted, I think it was 5 memberships. I'm pretty sure it was Lily, so shout out to Lily in the chat. Unless, while I was gone, somebody might have done something else. But as far as I'm aware, Lily B gave 5 memberships. And then Dapple says, we appreciate you, Brad, for real. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Dapple726. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. I see that badge. Badges look good next to your guys' names, by the way. Those badges look good. The Never Trump ad is fire. Oh, I thought you said Never Trump. The new Trump ad is fire. Yeah, Trump is just, the ads that are coming out are killing it. Brad, the Brad show really is the best. Thank you, Lulu. That's kind of you. Thank you. We're trying. I try my best here. I'm not perfect by any means, nor will I ever be. I make a ton of mistakes, but it's always great hanging out with you, Patriots. Prager says, according to Fieldcraft Survival Channel, there was a second sniper team who took out. Yeah, I heard that as well. It would have been the building, a building or two behind the people that we thought it was initially. I guess the snipers that everybody's seeing the photograph of the sniper team, those weren't the ones that were taking the sniper out because there was a tree that was in their line of sight. Allegedly, it was the second team in the back. Yeah, just speculation on my part, but a sniper team on that tower seems like it would be a good location. Yeah, it does seem like it would be a good location. I was told by Dan Bongino watching his cast that he was told by boots on the ground that if we're going to give credit, like find where we could give credit, I guess from what's being stated is the guys that did kill him, the sniper team, it was a extremely difficult shot to make. So again, the Secret Service sniper team that did take out the assassin, I'm being told by Dan Bongino, who's being told by boots on the ground, that it was an actual difficult shot for that Secret Service team to make because of the parameters that was being given. I think it was like a 9-inch window that they had. That's not a lot of room. So kudos to those guys for neutralizing the suspect relatively quick. I use that word relative loosely because we know they had about 3 hours to find this guy. They lost him. It was also being reported that there was no ladder. Let me kind of be clear on that. Initial reporting was this assassin, this psycho, this nut job, went to Home Depot, purchased a ladder, and walked a mile with an AR-15 in his backpack. Allegedly, he assembled it. We don't know if he assembled it on the roof or wherever. And he brought 50 rounds with him, a rangefinder, and a ladder. We're being told that he did not, in fact, put up the ladder and he didn't bring it with him.
So fun!
Wow, Tucker, huh?
Thank you!
That laugh, man.
Oh, this is
so
wild.
Goofy.
Thank you. I've been... Good to see you. Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Okay.
Place is going bonkers.
Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different.
Drago, thank you for
when
being a part of the Paul Brad Army, sir.
After being
thank
shot
you so
in
much.
the face, bloodied, and
True
put his
patriot.
hand up.
You're damn right. Fuck Joe Biden.
I thought at that moment,
damn right.
That was a transformation. This was no longer
thank you again,
a man.
Brother. Means a lot.
Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington where the president is at the top of the pyramid, everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, is a fact that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. No, you could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. his courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years? Really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure? This is the irresponsible person? No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen.
Wow.
So the question is...
Great take by Tucker.
Where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do.
Correct.
Or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey,
exactly.
Let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah. Our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No.
Speak of facts.
That's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective. Or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares. Because he's interested in the people who live here, because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's
Holy
wonderful.
Crap, I just almost spit out my drink.
But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office.
Dude, Tucker is killing it right now.
He's the vice president. That's called democracy.
Wow.
So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler, I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this.
Is that not what we said earlier?
Actually.
We said that same exact thing.
And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love.
Tucker's got over his time.
I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say, I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God. I want to be. Not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies
Not
and
bad
gentlemen,
for just winging it.
Please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral,
See how
Terry
there's no break?
Tomasco Ruiz.
They're rolling into the next speaker. Tucker went over his time by a few minutes.
Well, I am. I'm not sure how I follow Tucker, but I'm going to give it a go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie Ruiz, and like some people on this stage this evening, I am not a politician. I am not a public figure. I'm a mom of 3 and a woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his amazing family. "12 years ago, the Trump Organization purchased the iconic Doral Golf Resort after so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and uncanny ability to make things better, Donald Trump got to work. He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his own sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small. He didn't just change the carpet or apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way. He did the hardest things to make it great again.
I hope it's okay that we deviate slightly just really quick. I want to show you guys something. So, there's 2 things I actually want to show you. The first one is you have Keith Olbermann, and I'm going to show you a clip right now because there's an insane clip circulating. If you follow me on Twitter, I've already posted the clip that we're going to show in just one moment. But isn't this ridiculous, these Democrats and these media people? Why is Trump lying about the assassination attempt? 5 days later, there's no confirmation, not even an anomalous statement from the law enforcement or medical authority that he was hit by a bullet. Are you stupid? I mean, these people are disgusting, folks. These people are just disgusting. Now, check this out. Somebody got slow-mo footage of the bullet going into Donald Trump's ear. Like, look at that. Boom. But don't worry, you guys. Yeah, no, it's not real. It's all fake. This is a deep fake, actually. Somebody generated this off the internet. You could actually see the bullet go through his ear. Look at that. Wow.
Chécate ahí.
Boom. That's a crazy slow-mo footage right there. I thought I'd bring that to you guys. Thought you'd find that interesting.
To be among the countless women he's promoted to leadership positions. I might add, he did it all while no one was looking. The simple truth is, no one can match President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things better.
Sorry to hear that, Krager. Terrible. Terrible.
He did it at Doral. He did it as president. He will do it again. May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
You know what I'm talking about? Just let me know if you want to go to that whole out. They got a lot of nice girls out there.
So I don't want to get flagged for copyright. You know how YouTube is. It's freaking ridiculous. They copyright us for everything. Wild stuff, though, coming out. I mean, the news that's going on is just remarkable. Secret Agent says a couple of speakers are non-politicians, everyday Americans chosen by the Trump campaign to speak about why they support him at JW Reviews. Yeah, exactly. Got to love it. You know, it's a great point because you got Biden that's probably going to show fraud a lot of politicians because, hell, he's been a politician for his entire life. That's all he's done is ever suckled at the government teat, which is so typical from Democrat politicians. I mean, hell, look at Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. The list goes. I mean, the most recent ones of California. It's a relentless line of people that have been nothing but in government their entire lives and done nothing for this country. And that's why I think it's remarkable that people actually believe what Joe Biden says. Oh, he's going to fix the country. I'm going to do this if I'm reelected president. It's like, bro, you're president now. Like, just go do it. It's a remarkable thing that all of a sudden they can't do anything, even though when Joe Biden entered into office, he had all three branches of government and didn't get anything done. It's kind of like when in 2016, Hillary Clinton was saying this or that. And then in 2020, Joe Biden was saying this or that. And Donald Trump's remarks to both of them were like, why didn't you do it then? Like, you've been in politics your entire life. Like, why didn't you do it then? Why is it all of a sudden that you have all these promises and you're going to do this or that? Why didn't you do it then? Well, because they don't want to do it for this country, folks. That's really what it comes down to. They don't want to do it for this country. If they did, they would have done it already. Like illegal immigration. If they felt like they wanted to solve it, they would. They just don't want to. They'd rather send your money to other countries because you're a second-class citizen in your own country. It really is that simple. I know it sounds like, it seems too easy. It seems too logical. That's because it is. They just don't want to. That's what it comes down to. Looks like this guy's doing a pretty hard riff there on the guitar. Pretty dope. Did you guys see that you had Hulk Hogan? You had Hulk Hogan coming out now. When they took a shot at my hero, Donald Trump, I realized that I couldn't be silent anymore. You got a lot of celebrities that are silent, folks. A lot of people. that are silent, that are coming out supporting Donald Trump. And I think for a lot of people, that was the last straw for them. There's still that wasn't enough in terms of them coming out and kind of dropping the ball on themselves. But for them, that was a lot, where they took a shot at their boy, took a shot at Mr. Trump. Just ridiculous stuff coming out. But like I said, with Joe Biden, we're hearing reports that he's dropping out Sunday. Well, we'll see if that's actually true or not. I take it as a grain of salt. So.
Welcome, advocate for safe schools, Annette Albright from North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Annette Albright. I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. North Carolina! Like my parents and my grandparents, I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party. Don't worry, the story gets better from here. After completing a degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system.
I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to leave the stream going. I'm just going to take a quick break, fill up my drinks here, and get some stuff situated before Donald Trump comes on stage. I'll be back relatively shortly. But Trump should be taking the stage in about an hour. But we'll be back here. I'm just, like I said, I'm going to use the restroom, fill up my drinks here, and get stuff situated.
Sadly, too many of our schools are more like prisons than places of learning. That must change. In one public high school, I witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff. During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school. The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom. President Trump reversed the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first. Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue. Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers' union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids. They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong. Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice. While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students, Republicans know that they protect our kids. While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe. That's why this year, for the first time in my life, I am registered as a Republican. Thank you. Thank you. And in November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump. Only together we can make America's schools great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Is New York's Donald Trump running for president? He bought full-page ads in 3 East Coast newspapers today stating his views on foreign policy, and these ads will win him a following. In the ads, he says, there's nothing wrong with American foreign policy that little backbone won't cure. And he says, we have no business spending ourselves broke in the Middle East, protecting ships that are not ours, and oil that we don't need.
Rumblings in the Trump camp point as far as the presidency.
Somebody has to help this country, and if they don't, the country and the world are in big trouble. Because within a short period of time, as sure as we're sitting here, there's not going to be a country and there's not going to be a world. I have no intention of running for president, and if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally.
Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. That all changes, starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
The Republican primary is over. Donald Trump basically has this nomination locked up.
Everyone is listening to you now. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun.
Hey everybody, this is Ronnie Jackson. I was a White House physician for 3 presidents. I know better than anyone what it takes physically and mentally to be president. While Biden's cognitive abilities continue to decline, President Trump is doing everything he can to save America, but he needs your help. Patriots like you are the reason President Trump is still in this fight. So I have one ask. Can you chip in any amount right now to President Trump's campaign to make America great again? It's not about how much you donate. It can be $5, $10, or any amount you can give. What's important is that me, you, and the entire MAGA movement join together before he accepts his nomination. Please chip in now by texting DONATE to 88022. Thank you.
I'm Newt Gingrich, and I'm here at the Republican National Convention. And I'm asking you to help President Donald Trump win the White House and kick Joe Biden out of there. If you'll send whatever you can afford to 88022, I believe you will be key in helping defeat Joe Biden.
Elon Musk posted this. We also have this coming out. Nice coffee later tonight. Devin, that can mean two things. That can either not sleeping or you're going to have a huge bowel movement later, like Joey has every night. All right, so we're waiting for the next person to come up. Hi, Jason. How's your day so far? JW. Yeah, JW Reviews says that he is now a registered Republican. Cool. Chib, only thing Harris has going for her is diversity. Exactly correct. Checking all the boxes off there, the Democrat side of the aisle. We'll see, though. As I mentioned, Jackie Heinrich here says, if true, Dem leadership is just shanking the president over and over. I mean, there has to be, if this is coming out in like the open, can you imagine the chaos that is behind closed doors? Can you imagine just the cluster bleep that has to be going on? It must be insane. It just has to be wild. So Tester calls on Biden to drop. I have worked with President Biden when it has made Montana stronger. While I appreciate his commitment to public service in our country, I believe President Biden should not seek re-election. What changed, guys? Isn't it weird? What's changed? If he was sharp a month ago and fit to hold office, what changed in 4 weeks? Weird. I knew you would, Chib. You like it. Okay, so you were the one that got the shirt and mug. I saw that order on there. I saw somebody got that, was it the new one, Chib? The new shirt, right? Or did you get the new mug? I know you said a while ago your wife broke this one. Yeah, pop this open. This one right here. Did you get the new one? The new one's sick, man. I'm gonna have to get the new one myself. So if you guys go to baldbradstore.com, Shib, I think Shib got the American. I think Shib, you got this one, I think. So Shib picked up this shirt. It's dope. This is the shirt that I wear when I do the show. Whenever it's clean, you know how hot it gets in here. It gets gross. And then for the ladies, we got a lot of women that watch your ladies. We got women's clothing here. Okay. We got women's classic tee right here. My wife has this one. She actually has in this color. And it looks really good on ladies, just to let you know. So she has this one and it looks good. And yeah, so ladies tees is right here. So if you want the 7. For some reason on the women's tee, I don't know why online this looks small. It should take up a good majority of the back, so I don't know why it's coming across smaller here. But Bald Brad's store, we got a lot of merchandise, a lot of cool stuff over there. This mug though, man, I just put this on there, and even the black one looks dope. I don't know which one should I get. They have navy blue. Hey, chat, which one should I get for myself? Obviously, I don't get a discount here. Should I get the white one, the black, or the navy blue? Kenya, the gray really looks, the women's tee gray, trust me, it looks really, really good. My wife looks sexy in it. Man, I don't know. I should just get a black and a white one. Trying to see what you guys think, which one I should get. Do you have a man's size shirt? Yeah, we got shirts for guys. If you look, well, you can get the classic one, but even if you want to go to, let's see, These are all the sizes for the men. Oh, I'm blocking it. My bad. You can go to 4XT. I don't even know what size that is. That's a big dog. So we got some big dogs in the chat. Let me just say, some of you guys are big dogs. Ain't nothing against you. But I mean, yeah, and you can get it in any size you want here. I have the black one. I just think the black looks cool. The white, if I was to buy one, I would either get black or white. But I personally have the black one. I think I got the old mug to replace my broken one, but I have the white when my old one was black. Okay, so Shib has the older mug. This one here. I love this mug. Like, this thing it's just a cool looking freaking mug. I'm stoked for Trump's speech too. I cannot wait. Also, if you guys didn't know, for those that bought the book earlier, I don't have any control over this. I might as well, again, I'm spotlighting it. I do have sponsors that we'll get to a little bit later. You guys, the hardcover, I'm not just trying to get you to buy the book. So it went down 1% while we were talking. It's at 39%. I think it went down because somebody did buy it. It was at 15 earlier. Folks, I am being genuine. You probably won't see this deal anywhere else. They can't go cheaper than 40%. I know for a fact the book for sure cannot be sold at 50% because they would be losing money. You are probably never going to see this deal again. So, if you're looking to buy the book, Trojan Horse, this one and hardcover is 40 freaking percent off, 39% as of right now. Paperback is 21%. I would go grab that if I were you. I don't know. That's a crazy deal. It's been out for a little over a year. I have not seen it anywhere near. The highest I saw was that 21% the other day, or it was in the 20s. I've never seen hardcover at 40. They're trying to drive us out of business, man. I have no control over that again, folks. That's the publishing company. No control over that. Just told the wife to order me Pat's gonna get the navy blue mug. That one. Is it the navy blue mug? Is that what you said, Pat? Yeah, and the navy blue does look good. I don't know how navy blue it is. That's why I don't know. I don't know if it looked light, right? It said navy blue, but it looked light. I haven't seen the navy blue myself in person. I guess it is navy blue, huh? I guess that is navy blue. I will say it has not. I've had this. God, I don't know how long I've had this. Longer than Shib's because his wife clearly broke his sucker. I've had this thing go through the dishwasher. We use like those scrub mommy, scrub daddy things, and I scrub it with that, and it's been fine. No scratches. The print's on there the entire time, so I'd imagine it should hold up pretty well. I've been pretty happy with it. The print that I have on the shirt's held up. Shib, how's the shirt holding up? Just be honest, really. Don't sit there and I don't know the word. Be honest in the chat with the quality of the shirt. Is it good or does it suck? Because I would like to know myself, because my shirt came out good, but if your shirt's trash, let me know. There's no army green. I can look at that tonight, though. I can see if we can get army green. Army green would look a little dope. Brad, were you ever in... I was not in the service, no. My grandfather was in World War II. He was on the USS Reed, one of the few ships that actually got out of Pearl Harbor. And then my dad was in the Navy as well. Almost went in. The Air Force actually walked in the recruitment center in Westminster, California, and the guy was not there. He was out at lunch, and so I took that as a sign from the Lord that it is not my calling. So. I think I told my mom that I went in there. I might have not. But anyways, I do respect the servicemen and women, though. But yeah, I couldn't go into the military. I could go in the military, but I think I'd be F1 status. My shoulder's really bad, so I wouldn't be able to throw a guy over my shoulder. You should have the American flag around the mug with the Bald Brad logo. Would be sick. Yeah, we do have that one, Jeff. That one exists. Right here. Do you mean just the logo itself? This mug here that I have with the Bald Brad show has that and the flag, but just the logo, I've thought about it. We could throw that up too. This is the mug that I have. Like I said, the print, I'm floored with the print. It looks nice. Just detailing all my merch here. I like it, though. It's cool. I make stuff that I would want to wear or drink out of. And mostly it's for me. That's kind of a selfish thing. But, I mean, isn't that how you're supposed to do it? Like, for example, the book that I wrote, I wrote a book that I would want to read. You know what I mean? Like in the same way that I would want to make a mug that I think's cool. In the same way I designed a shirt that I think is really cool and actually plays off this one, which is what you guys see me wear a lot. And that's why the back even looks similar. You know? That makes stuff that I would want to wear. Perfect. The logo is still in great shape. It's not the normal cheap print that peels when you wash it. My black one is somehow shorter in length than the white one. Oh, that's weird. They could be Shib because I think they're back when you bought it. I think there was 2 different types of shirts, but mine same thing. Mine's still fitting pretty good. I've washed it probably too many times. Biden is dropping out of the race. Have anyone seen that yet? Farrell, we're hearing that he's going to drop out Sunday. Is it true? I don't know. We did talk about it, on our morning show. That was our lead story. That rumors is Joe Biden's going to drop out. Again, we go live every morning, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for our regular podcast. We bring you all the latest and greatest headlines. I want to re-enlist, and I think the wife would be pissed, but I'm 57. Freaking Mike. By the way, Mike, you're a freaking hoot, dude. You are cracking me up tonight, man. Oh, my gosh. You're great, dude. Oh. Man, his back is so racked, huh? Hulkmania, brother.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Yeah.
You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh, yeah.
But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans,
Let me see if I can fix that deplorable me.
How Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero? and they tried to kill the next president of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Hell yeah. And he's getting old, huh? But he still has it.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero.
Hell yeah. You got it, brother.
And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States.
Donald Trump loves it. Look at that.
You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins.
Hell yeah.
And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
Yeah.
God bless you, and thank you.
Wow, good on him, man. That took a lot of effort for him to come out like that. You can tell he's hurting. Oh, that's great. Look at that. Buddy coming out and supporting you, you know? Guy's jacked up from wrestling, comes out and supports his friend. Look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and president of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
We're going to take one moment here, folks, really quick before the Reverend starts talking, folks. Who's in control of America's nukes? Well, right now it's Joe Biden. Hopefully it's Donald Trump. Meanwhile, we have Russian ships off the coast of freaking Florida. That's, blowing wars in Ukraine and Israel. The world is at its most unstable point, folks, in quite a while, and basically since World War II, except now with nuclear weapons, the stakes are 10 times higher. And how do people like you and I stay safe? Everybody needs to sit there and look at RadioGuard, the only FDA-approved drug to treat radioactive fallout. We talked about this last week. Only the feds have it until now. They finally released it to the American public. That's why I partnered with 5G Free, the only company in the world, you guys, that has a supply of RadioGuard and the ability to prescribe it. You can get it now as an emergency kit with RadioGuard, potassium iodide, Zofran, and Geiger counter. That's simply no other tool your arsenal to protect against a radioactive threat. You need to get this, folks, in case something does go out. You can use Studio as a code word, Studio as code word to save 10%. To get a radioactive kit, a radiation kit, and so should you. That's 5gfree.com/studio. Again, code studio. Folks, World War III has never been closer. That's why we need Donald Trump back in office, so we never have to use that type of thing. But get one so you and your family are safe.
I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have
Thank you, David.
the answer for that.
Trumpomaniacs.
But one thing I do know
Thank you for the $20, man.
is
True
that God
Patriot,
loves
brother.
us.
Thank you so much.
And he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty, and guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come from you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Right. Amen. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He had decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani al-Baghdadi, the terrorists, were dead. My father made the United States respected again. with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests and the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off to Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you, guys. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives.
Good speech.
Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The U.S. dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry.
Corrupt government, too.
We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way.
Well said.
To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived.
Man. Whew, what a speech, dude. And look at his grandkids sitting there, and God, man. Man, seeing the kid sit on his lap, that's what gets you, man. Gosh. Oof.
You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight.
Ooh,
you are a true
man.
leader.
Damn.
You epitomize strength.
In a good way.
Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee.
Man.
God bless you all.
That's a speech right there, folks. Damn. That shot of Trump with the grandkids or grandkids, I don't know who they were. That almost broke me. I think Trump's speech is next. I think he's supposed to be dude on stage now, or it looks like we're behind a little bit. You know, folks, really quick, we spotlighted my merch, but we also have to spotlight that of Rumble's exclusive apparel. If you didn't know, folks, it has finally arrived. They're now offering 20% off all their purchases in the Rumble store right now with discount code DROP20, baby. If you want to support the brand that is fighting for your free speech, that's fighting for Donald Trump here and fighting for the Bald Brad Show, folks, and your First Amendment, this is the best way to do it. They have tees, sweaters, hats, plus much more. Rumble.store, and make sure you enter DROP20, all one word, as promo code to get 20% off your entire order, folks. They support free speech, and they're supporting our show as well. Show them some love if you want to grab some of their merch. I think that's Hogan's new wife. I think he just got recently married again or something like that. Trump should be next. I think it's supposed to be on at 9, and well. Thank you, Devin. Please hit that like button, folks. It does help support the show. If you're at Rumble, like that thumbs up button. Make sure it's clickety-clack. The name of the band is Hogan's New Wife. You guys are ridiculous. We do know Melania Trump is in the building.
Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen with him. Politicians sought his approval. And New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back. And he gave back. Just one example, saving the Woolman's skating rink.
The Woolman's skating rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town. But he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined, I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. and then traveled the world, meeting with our allies and even with our main adversaries, just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East.
Pretty good ad, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, body scream. Fight. Say Trump, Trump. Watch me, kid. You can roll with rock, or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll. Let me rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. Psychon fly. The big Don can ride. Bam sack to share. Bringing flash to flare. Back and long hair swinging, middle finger in the air. Skin boots, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sin and hit a rebel, yeah. I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer with black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You singing Trump, Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, Trump. I put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, Trump. Kid Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
It's different energy. It's pretty good though. assuming it's Dana White and then Donald Trump.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet.
There you go.
And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country."
Does Dana have a Zen pouch in his mouth?
I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
I think that's why he keeps licking his lips. I think he's trying to keep the Zen pouches down in his mouth. I think.
And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election.
I mean, I could be wrong. He could just be on coke.
We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office.
It just looks like he has Zen on the bottom of his lip. I could be wrong. It looks like he has a pouch or two down there.
The choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Heck yeah, it's what we wanted, man. Oh, dude, I don't know if I can keep it together. Oh, man, I don't know if I can do this.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom.
So I get teary-eyed, boys.
Take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. Yeah. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
So he has the firefighter's coat on the stage with him, man. I can't do it. Oh, my God. He put the guy's uniform on the stage that died at the rally. I'm going to break down. Wow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just...
Freaking Trump, man.
This beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No? Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
Ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the truth?
In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
What a photo, man. What a photo.
Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and 2 precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
Man. Oh, wow. Whew.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other 2, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
That's right.
And very big news, as you probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania.
And she almost lost her husband, guys. Man, I'm gonna get teary-eyed. Wow.
And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, "Sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it." And his wife, she said, "You can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go." That's a good wife.
Good friend. It's a very good friend.
So
to
he
support
got
him.
on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, "I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part," because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country.
Exactly right. Exactly damn right.
And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason.
What a Trump
But I'm
thing
thrilled
to
to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. but he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
Man, that place is packed.
And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace,
Didn't mean to delete that. Sorry.
and harmony
Meant to unpin it.
all throughout the world.
Whoops.
But to achieve this future,
Sorry, Shib.
we must first rescue our nation from
I don't know
failed
what
and
I'm
even
doing.
incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce.
See, he still has it in him.
So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
You never seen so much oil flowing from the skies and the sea and the ground.
Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense.
True.
Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. And we've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much.
Blacks for Trump.
Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds.
That place is packed. Upper bowl is filled, too.
Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all building. Household goods. So much starts with energy.
Thank you,
and remember,
Trump.
we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world. With numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes.
Yes, they do. 4
times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes.
Hell yeah.
Still further, we gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt.
There you go. That's what you want to hear.
And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one.
Thank you, God. Yes. I don't need the government telling me what to do.
Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast.
There you go.
They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it, and we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus.
China.
We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more.
Yep.
And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch.
There you go. No
Brandon
micromanage,
Judge,
just let him work.
The Border Patrol.
That's right.
He's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore.
There you go.
And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly,
Cut
no
off
good.
the funding, and the tune will
And
change.
the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the
you were.
calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that.
I bet you would.
And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders.
Hell yeah. Yep, there we go. What we needed.
And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally.
There you go. Can't be any more clear. Can't be any more clear.
I want you to come, but legally.
Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life. That was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol. One of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it.
Yeah.
But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter.
Oh my God.
He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up.
I moved the rate of ads
statistics
down, Pat,
all
John,
over the
just
world
so you guys
are
know.
going down because
So they
they're
shouldn't be
taking
playing that
their
much.
criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation
Democrats
we've
did
ever
too,
had.
all the way up till Clinton.
Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
It's true. It's true.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq. Something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke.
There you go. Just some of the fools on top that are woke. Absolutely.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how can you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world of peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening. with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
I think he was sitting behind Trump next to Mike Lee.
He paid the biggest price,
I think,
probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person, and he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment.
Isn't that crazy?
Along with many American citizens were left behind.
Wild.
Many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me, why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before.
Hell yeah.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. You know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami,
wild.
by the way, happens to be here.
The Democrats are going, yay!
In Cuba.
Wow, look at those boats.
And that would not be
Idiots.
stood for if it were somebody else. They don't even they don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
There you go. You don't hear that from Biden, do you, boys? Do you, ladies? Huh? You F around, you find out. That got people riled up, huh?
With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call.
Hell yeah.
If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first.
There you go.
We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it, Japan wants to do it, all of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas.
Now, wild.
Think of it. They
it's a
spent
real story, by
$9 billion on 8 chargers.
I think it was less than 8. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. No, I think it was less than 8.
And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate.
Democrats have it all together, you guys.
And by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1.
There you go.
So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God.
Amen.
We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Exactly right.
They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wisconsin, God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Heck yeah. What'd you guys think? There you go, his whole family. Good for him. A lot of balloons. Wow. Great speech by Donald Trump, folks. Up there for a long time. Holy lordy. Like some of you said in the chat, I'd like to see Joe Biden do something like that. It's just great to see him up there, man. He's with his family, and guy's been put through hell. I wanted to show you all this, so this is what the media is already pushing, just so you guys are in front of it. We'll talk about it obviously more tomorrow morning, but I want you guys to be in front of it. Hate to show something on the screen now after what happened the other day. But Biden campaign advisor tells Fox no party has ever talked less about their agenda at their convention than Donald Trump's Republican Party because they know how just, is that even correct? Because they know how unpopular it is. Trump simply isn't capable of talking about the issues that matter to voters. Okay, yeah. I just sat through the guy listing out 3 things he's going to do on day 1 and then progress forward on how he's going to fix this country and turn it back. He also detailed what your dumbass administration did, the Biden administration, and as well as the Obama administration, how terrible things are and what he's going to do to fix it. He just spent an hour on stage at least just talking about it. But this is what they do, guys. They gaslight us. This is what they do. They sit there and they espouse this craziness. Look at this guy. Jesus. Well, folks, that was the RNC. We wrapped it up together here as Patriots. I don't think we need to see anything more. Excuse me. If you're asking why I'm coughing, no, I'm not sick. I just simply swallowed my own spit. It's hotter than Africa in here. My shirt is drenched. You guys, I just want to say I couldn't be more thankful that you chose my platform as your place to, at least, or one of the places to watch the RNC Donald Trump speech, hang out together as a community of patriots and conservative. It really does mean a lot to me. A lot of happiness and laughs were had tonight. A lot of frustration about what the Biden administration was had tonight. And a lot of teary-eyed people. I'm sure some of you cried listening to Donald Trump speak. He started off, quite frankly, I was like, man, is this guy... He was definitely a lot soft. He's a lot softer when he first spoke, but I think some of it had to do with not just about the situation, obviously, he was describing. That's traumatic. He's still up there, though, hanging out with his family. But, you know, I think also this is one of his first big appearances, obviously, since that took place on Saturday. So, you know, you got to give it to the guy for going out and doing something like that. But we'll be back here tomorrow, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, for another episode of the Bald Brad Show. And I couldn't be more than happy to round out this fine week with you fine patriots. Brad, you deserve... thank you so much, Chase. I appreciate that's very kind of you. You know what? I'm just thankful for the viewers that we do have and the patriots that spend each morning with us and do cool live streams like this. You know what I mean? You guys deserve nothing but the best. And hopefully I bring you as best of a product as I could do doing this type of stuff by myself, trying to manage, you know, all these tabs and all this stuff. I really appreciate your guys' understanding. Thank you for always listening to me do the ads. And really, my thanks goes to you guys. You guys are absolutely awesome. With that being said, folks, give it up for Donald Trump, his family, and hopefully we can have Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States of America, folks. Patriots, make sure you get some rest. I'll see you bright and early, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow here on Bo Brad Show. Take care, Patriots.